Good morning, Anne.
Good morning. So let me real quick step through each of the display items.
Okay.
There's the budget and the tech support.
Okay.
All right. So hopefully now, if you have take control, you
Take
should be
control.
able
Control
to
file.
see. Oh,
Okay.
nice. Okay.
Okay. Perfect.
All
Okay, so
right.
let's just make sure I can go the other way. We'll go back. Okay. Perfect. And then, cool.
And that'll be slide 2.
Okay. So I need to go this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
And then I want to go back to this one. Cool.
Yep.
Okay. I got it.
Beautiful. Super,
Thank you.
super. And
I can be taught.
do you know if we're working with Cesar or
We have
Bryce?
Caesar.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, and he just stepped out, so he was here. So he
Okay.
should be back in a minute. I think he just went either to the restroom or something, but he should be back.
Yeah.
And then you
Okay.
know that we have um Judith will be on camera today, and then Nellie will be on camera because she has to be on like she was yesterday.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. And
Yep.
then we'll figure out, like I said earlier, sometimes Nellie steps out. Like if it gets too long, sometimes she just kind of
Right.
leaves. But if we need her in, because she wants to be in the closed session,
Okay.
we'll figure out how to do that whole thing if she ends up staying or not, if something happens.
Okay. I'll assume that I'll stick with you guys for closed session.
Okay,
And then if you don't need me, that's fine too. I
okay,
do know that for the EO evaluation in closed session, um, some of the OHR people did want to be listening in on WebEx. Olivia
okay.
Trejo
Yeah,
and
we didn't hear anything. We didn't get anybody reaching out to us.
okay, so what's her name? Catherine Batchelor is going to be in person with you,
Okay,
but then the other OHR chief and Catherine's manager might want to be sitting in and listening.
okay.
So
And
that's another.
I can't be in during closed session, so I can, Elaine's got her, well, Elaine can't be in here either. So
Right.
it's whatever you want to do. I mean, I can
Yeah.
be in here until they leave or until I have
Right.
to leave, and then you work your magic.
Right. I think. Oh yeah. No, that's now. Does Elaine go back in for like the legal, the
No,
actions? And oh, none of it.
she's
Okay.
not even in for closed session.
Well, she may step back in for the discipline portion.
She might
I believe
step
like-
in.
Okay.
She might. We'll see what happens. But Jay's usually in here. So if I need to have him keep my computer on or whatever he needs to, then we can do that too.
Okay. If we could find out, that would be kind of helpful because just I usually ask for someone to let me know when they're done.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
so I need to
I can
have.
find out. I can probably leave mine open with Jay and he can, because mine is sitting right where he would be. So he could just log on and just say, hey, I'm done or whatever. And I can let
Okay.
him do that. So I'll talk to him when he gets in this morning.
Okay. And
And then
who's
I'll give you a
Jay?
heads up. Jay Prouty, he's enforcement or
Oh,
discipline. Sorry.
okay.
He'll be in
Okay.
with during all the closed session stuff. He
Oh,
presents
okay.
it all.
Okay. Fantastic. So yeah, you want me to add him to the Teams chat?
No, he'll be in person.
Right. But how's he gonna tell me? Is he gonna like email me or just
No,
message me in Teams?
I'll leave my computer on for him.
Okay. And then
And
okay.
and he can just Teams you from here. I'll just leave the
Okay.
Teams up.
Okay.
That'll be the easiest.
Yeah. Sounds good.
So I trust him.
Yeah. Not to do
If he does
weird
anything
things under
funny,
your
if he
name.
does anything funny, I know who did it because he'll be the only one in here.
Okay. All right. Cool. Sounds good.
And I'll keep you posted in the Teams chat.
Yeah. Sounds good. Yeah. Thank you.
All
Okay.
right. Talk to you later.
All right. Bye. And good morning to board member Nellie Nieblas. If you'd like, we can do our mic and camera check.
Sure. 1 second.
Absolutely. I can hear you fine. That's good.
Let me see. I can turn on the lights, but I prefer not to. For some reason, it's better when the lights are off.
Yeah, no, we can see you. We're
Okay,
good.
awesome.
Thank you so much.
I will be right back.
And you're welcome to turn your camera off until the meeting starts too. And good morning to our webcaster, Cesar. If anytime you're ready, we can do the camera and my audio check. Camera looks good.
Good morning and happy Friday.
Yes, hallelujah. Everything looks good and sounds good.
That's good news to my ears.
Exactly. And I've got the live stream started, so you can check that whenever. And
All
we're
right.
on target for 9 a.m.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a great day.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
And it has 2 rivers on both sides. Didn't know that.
Good morning, everyone. We'd like to get started. Welcome to the Board of Vocational Nursing and Psychiatric Technicians, February 6, 2026 board meeting. This meeting is taking place at the Department of Consumer Affairs, first floor hearing room, located at 1625 North Market Boulevard in Sacramento, California. My name is Dr. Carol Mountain, and I'm the board president. I would like to call this meeting to order at 9:03 a.m. First, some housekeeping information on how this meeting will be conducted. This meeting is being held in person. One of our board members is remote. That board member is Nellie Neeblis. If we need a motion, I will call for a motion, a second, and open for public comment prior to taking a roll call vote for each motion. Members, for the record, please state your name prior to making your motion or when seconding a motion. Please turn your microphone on when making or seconding a motion to ensure accurate record of the motions. We will take public comment on each agenda item. Each member of the public who requests to speak will have up to 3 minutes to speak, and you will be notified when you have 30 seconds remaining. You do not need to provide your name, but please indicate how you would like us to identify you if you are participating via WebEx. For the sake of efficiency, the executive officer may respond directly to public comment or defer to the appropriate staff person or counsel as appropriate. For any questions directed to board members, I will either answer the question or direct it to the board member as appropriate. However, the board will not engage in discussion or take action on any item not on the agenda. We will now do an alphabetical roll call to establish quorum. Nellie Neeblis is participating remotely per Government Code Section 1123.5D. Ms. Neeblis is not required to disclose her location. Board members, when your name is called, please introduce yourself and give a brief description of your role with the board. Alita Carpenter.
Yes, good morning. Alita Carpenter, public member, gubernatorial appointee.
Gloria Gregorio Guzman.
LVN governor appointed.
Leslie Moore.
Leslie Moore, Governor Appointee PT.
Nellie Neeblis.
Nellie Neeblis, governor appointee, public member, board member.
Dr. John Russell.
John Russell, Governor appointed LVN.
Rashima Sansan.
Good morning, Rashima Sanson, Governor appointee, public member.
I'm Carol Mountain. I'm the education member. I'm also the president of the board. Based on the roll call, we have a quorum. We will now move to agenda item 2, Pledge of Allegiance. And Ms. Moore has agreed to lead us in that. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I will now turn over to Ms. Yamaguchi for introduction of board staff and council.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everybody. Elaine Yamaguchi, BVNPT's executive officer. Welcome, everybody. Thank you all so much for joining us. With us today is BVNPT's AEO, Mark Ito, our enforcement chief, Antoinette Wood, and our discipline manager, Jay Prouty. From our education unit, our senior supervising NEC, Dr. Judith McLeod, is online. We have Roberta Thompson, Cindy Fairchild, Jessica Gomez, and Nicholas Gonzalez and Geraldine Marcino. From licensing, we have Shelley Brown, Mike Hall, and Corey Trimble. And of course, our admin team, Jeffrey Weiler and Miss Nikki Brady. I think if there's anybody I missed, I do apologize. Did I miss anybody? Oh, Stacy. I apologize. Our supervising special investigator, Stacy Higashi, who's sitting behind the pillar. Thank you. Council?
Good morning, Ileana Butu, the board's legal counsel.
All right, I believe we are ready to move on to agenda item 4, board officer elections. Ms. Yamaguchi.
Thank you very much again. As usual, our board will select its officers as we do on a regular basis every year. And at this point, the board may nominate from the floor, or a board member may self-nominate. I would open the floor for nominations for board president.
Alita Carpenter, I nominate Carol Mountain.
Thank you so much, Ms. Carpenter. Do you accept that nomination, Dr. Mountain?
I do.
Thank you. Any other nominations for president? Okay. Without objection, would the board, actually, do I need to do a roll call or can I ask for acclamation? Roll call. Thank you. So let me call the roll. And let me try really hard to do this correctly. Ms. Carpenter,
Yes.
Ms. Guzman,
Yes.
Ms. Moore,
Yes.
Ms. Niblas,
Yes.
and Dr. Russell,
Yes.
and Dr. Mountain.
Abstain.
Thank you very much. By a vote of 6-0, Dr. Mountain has been selected as our board president. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Sanson.
Yes.
I did count you. I did count it. I apologize. Not quite caffeinated yet. Anyways, nobody seconded, but do you have to second? I usually get a nomination and an acceptance. It'll be all right. Trust me. Nobody objects. Anyways, as I said, by a vote of 6 and 1 abstention, Dr. Mountain has been elected one more time for board president. Thank you very much. And at this point, I'd like to open the floor for nominations for our vice president.
And I nominate Alita Carpenter.
Dr. Mountain, Ms. Carpenter?
Yes, I accept.
Thank you very much. All right. Are there any other nominations for vice president? All right. Seeing none, I will go ahead and ask for votes and do it correctly this time, I hope. Ms. Carpenter?
Abstain.
Thank you. Ms. Guzman Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Sanson, because I'm going to just do it while I see you.
Yes.
Dr. Mountain?
Yes.
Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Dr. Russell?
Yes.
Ms. Niblas?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. And by a vote of 6-1 abstention, Ms. Carpenter has been selected as the board's vice president. Thank you so much. Welcome. Congratulations. And I will pass the chair back.
We will now move to agenda item 5, acceptance of the minutes from the November 18, 2025 board meeting. We are actually going to table this item until the next scheduled board meeting due to a typo in this meeting's agenda pertaining to the incorrect date reflected for the prior meeting's minutes. We will now move on to agenda item 6. Agenda item 6, fiscal and budgets update, fund condition and budget updates. Mr. Ito.
Good morning, board members. My name is Mark Ito. I'm the AEO of the board. First, congratulations, Dr. Mountain and Vice President Carpenter on your nominations. And today the board is blessed to have you. So today I'll be going over the budget update. You have 3 documents in front of you. The first one is the expenditure projections. Then we have our revenue projections, and then we have our board's fund condition. So the first document is the expenditure projections. This document shows all of the line items of expenditure, and then from left to right on there, it has our prior year budget, and then it has our current year budget to date, and then what our projections are for the year. So on January 10th, the governor's budget was released, and the budget for the year is $18.63 million. Out of that $18.63 million, when you add the line items up, we come up to a reversion of $177,993. One thing I will say on this is we do have a mechanism for a current year augmentation of our AG and our OAH line items, which this currently does not reflect. We are currently working with the AG's office to determine what our AG costs are actually going to be this fiscal year. And if it is more than what our budget is for that line item for the AG and our OAH, we are allowed to augment those line items. So it will be changed in the next coming months. Probably at the May meeting, we will have a different number, and our savings for the year will be different at that point. So at this point, we have 199, which is not where we want to be. We want to be somewhere between 3 and 5%. Our savings percentage at this point is about 0.96, but we will be closer to that 3 to 5% once we have this augmentation, and I could update you in May when that happens. The next document is our revenue projections. On our revenue projections, the lion's share of our revenue is our renewal fees. Out of the $25.866 million, we're projected to bring in 17.19 of that is due to our license renewals. Our revenue is another item that we are looking at. Our next agenda item, which Ms. Yamaguchi will be presenting, is our fee audit that we've been talking about. So this is we're hoping to adjust our revenue so it is equitable to our expenditures, or pretty close to it, while still factoring in any future growth. And the last document is the fund condition, which is a document that kind of brings together everything, our revenue and expenditures, and it projects out what our fund's going to look like in the coming years. This document reads left to right from actuals from 24-25 all the way through 28-29, and it reads top to bottom with our beginning balance, our revenue, our expenditures, and what our fund balance is at the end of the fiscal year. So an easy way to look at this document is if you take the beginning balance and you add the revenues and subtract the expenditures, you get your fund balance. So at the end of 24-25, we were at 14.2 months in reserve. If you want to look, an easy way to look at the months in reserve is if we stop bringing in money today, it's how many months we could sustain our current operations before running out of money. So in 25-26, in our current year, we started with $23.7 million. We're projected to bring in $25.866 million, and our expenditures are going to be approximately $20 million. So we're currently bringing in approximately $6 million more than we're actually spending, and our end balance would be $29.532 million. So we do have what's called a structural imbalance, where we're bringing in more than we're spending, and it's something that we're looking to address. While at the same time, we need to also factor in what our growth is going to be as well. So we just don't want to say we're going to cut $5 million out of our revenue, because we don't want to put us in a place where we can't do any BCPs or any sort of growth, because we don't want to also spend more than we're bringing in. So that's something we'll talk about in our next agenda item. And that concludes my report. And if you have any questions, I'll take them now.
Any board discussion or questions? Is there public comment in the room? Seeing none, is there any public comment online?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on the report, you may look for the hand icon, typically at the bottom of your WebEx screen. If you're logged in on a mobile device, that hand might be behind the 3-dot other options. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 30-second warning, And we do ask that attendees speak only once per agenda item. Are there any comments on the budget report? I do not see any raised hands. I will turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Ito.
You're welcome. Thank you.
We will now move on to B, updates on the revenue study project. Ms. Yamaguchi.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Ito, for your fine budget hawk work. As the board will recall, we've discussed exactly the kind of fund imbalance, structural imbalance that we've been noticing for the past couple of years now. And we've been presenting a number of thoughts and possible actions for the board. And I think you'll recall in our November meeting, we discussed moving forward with a very detailed study of our revenue structures. Now, when we spoke back last year and in November, we had pointed out that first of all, contracting a third-party outside study would be very expensive, and given what the numbers that Mr. Ito just presented to you, you can see why this was a point of significant concern. It would also take a lot longer than I would really like, although we would still have a good amount of data going into our sunset review in 28. So the board asked us to confer with the Assembly and Senate subcommittee who review our policy work and would be responsible for our sunset. And we did discuss this matter and asked them clearly if it would be permissible for us to go back to an internal study. And they said, given the circumstances, this would probably be a good, if not best option to go forward with, at least initially. So at this point, we've been working with the DCA's budget office to set forth what the parameters of a study and to move forward. We hope to make significant progress on at least laying out the work plan, if not actually starting the initial data by the May board meeting. This is a really great development, and I'm deeply appreciative to the legislative staff for helping us out here. The issue, of course, is that we've always discussed the idea of an external study just to make certain that it is, as neutral, impartial as it possibly can be. But at the same time, I think we discussed as well that nobody understands our board and our budget and DCA's finances better than an internal team would be. So like I said, this is an update. We'll have a probably work plan for you in a future meeting. But like I said, this is a really good development. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So at this time, we don't really need a motion because we're still working on it.
Correct.
All right, so we just can move on.
You need to ask for
Public comment. Are there any board discussion? This is a great thing that's going forward. Is there any public comment in the room? Can we find out if there's any public comment online, please?
Certainly, this is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on the revenue study project, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 30-second warning, and we ask people to speak once per agenda item. Any comments on the revenue study project? I do not see any raised hands. I will turn the meeting back to you, Chair.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 7, education reports, recommendations, and possible actions. Dr. McLeod.
Good morning. So I have exciting news. We have an open position and we are in the last stages of getting ready to hire a new NEC who will be on board, we hope, by the beginning of March. So that's good news to start my report. Yay. NECs, the end of the year was a little quiet. We only did 7 on-site visits and 2 remote visits. So we weren't quite as busy as we normally are during the rest of the year. But then it's Christmas time, so that's not to be unexpected. We had a busy end of the year, however, approving proposed programs. We had 5 new programs that were approved between October and December. So we had a big year for new programs. We actually had 12 new programs approved during 2025. And we have 12 programs currently under review to be approved in 2026. So it's continuing to be busy for proposed programs. We're working on improving our statistical measures. You're going to probably see a little bit of difference in the statistics coming through this year. The first part of the year, we're looking at what needs to be looked at and measured, and so there are some changes. We are looking at the acuity of programs now on a regular basis, and we're finding that that's been very helpful for the NECs to be zeroing in on those programs that need extra help and need extra attention. And it's the programs are actually liking that method as well. So Article 5 is coming. I will tell you that. So expect that at a future meeting. We did have a we did have a meeting about the respiratory care regulations. That was at the end of December, and I know that the Respiratory Care Board has looked at doing some modifications. So it's quieting down a little bit with messages, but we're still getting a high volume of messages about respiratory care. We are still working with Opus on the CAPLE exam. They had a workshop in December. They have a workshop coming up in March. I have an NEC who is working very closely with them about the exam and looking at that exam to see what we can do to make it more meaningful for our PTs. We also have NEC Jessica Gomez, who has started what we call the director educational meetings. She's going out and meeting with her groups of directors, and we're meeting with them one-on-one to actually we're meeting with them as groups to talk about questions they have, go over forms, and any of the nitty-gritty of being a director. It's helping older directors with questions that they have, and it's helping new directors with any questions that they have as far as what do I do? How do I be a director? I'm in my first year. I'm kind of fumbling around. And we've had 2 meetings so far, and we found it very useful and a very positive feedback from the directors. So we're looking at having more of these in the coming year. Oh, and the director forum will be on May 6th. So we did.
I do have a quick question, Dr. McLeod.
Yes.
Were any of the new programs that you mentioned PT programs, or are they all LVN programs?
We had a PT program that was approved a little earlier. The College of the Redwoods PT program was approved this year. So that was our, I believe, our 11th PT program.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Are there other questions from the board? Seeing none, is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, is there any public comment online?
This is the moderator. We've opened up the public comment period. If you'd like to make a comment, please click the hand icon at the bottom of your screen or behind the 3-dot other options. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 30-second warning, and we ask people to speak once per agenda item. We do have a raised hand from Kobe Pizzotti. Kobe, I'm going to send you a request to unmute. It should come up as a pop-up on your screen. And Kobe, if you did not get that request, it might be a new window in your browser. And let me send one more time. All right, and As it seems you are not able to unmute, I will open the chat and then I will.
You hear me now?
Oh, there you go. Yes, now we hear you.
Okay, good. Thank you. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, go
Technically,
ahead.
all right, thank you. Thank you. Dr. McLeod, you mentioned, by the way, my name's Kobe Pizzotti. I represent the California Association of Psychiatric Technicians. Dr. McLeod, you mentioned that Article 5 was coming. I've been in contact with the department or to the Board of Vocational Nursing and Psychiatric Technicians. We've had emails back and forth. However, some of the questions I posed on Article 5 went unanswered. So I was wondering if maybe somebody can answer them now, or at least respond back to me in writing after the meeting. And the questions are, which sections under Article 5 are you proposing to change? Is Section 2584 being changed to prohibit psychiatric technicians from being instructors in any way whatsoever? Are they being prohibited from having positions in leadership like assistant directors or directors of programs under 2584? If so, CAP would vehemently oppose those changes in regulations, especially since PTs are the ones that know the day-to-day interactions and are the best suited for teaching the students on what it looks like to work on a unit and what the theory is behind that. So anyway, that's CAP's position, and we look forward to hearing back some of your comments and some of your responses. Thank you.
Hi, I'd like to respond. This is the board's legal counsel. So the board is still working on the very beginning end of these regulations. So there will definitely be stakeholder participation opportunities, and it will be publicized on the board's website. So you'll definitely have an opportunity to provide your public comment. They're just not doing it today because it's not on the agenda, but thank you so much for your comment.
All right. And are there any other comments on this agenda item? I do not see any further raised hands, so I'll turn the meeting back to you, Chair.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And we are ready to move on to number 1 under A, summary of executive officer program decisions for period from October 28, 2025 to January 6, 2026. Ms. Yamaguchi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is, of course, our quarterly summary of the program requests and decisions that schools have presented to us, that the NECs have been able to analyze and present. I don't have the exact numbers before me, but generally speaking, the NECs and I meet approximately every 2 weeks to go through these reports. So these are, of course, decisions based on approving programs, approving new classes, minor technical curricular changes, requests to augment or increase sizes of classes. Madam Chair?
I believe it's all in your packet. And are there any board discussion or questions? Seeing none, is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, is there any public comment online?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on the report, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. And if you're on a mobile device, you can click the hand icon behind the 3-dot other options. Are there any comments on the report? I do not see any requests. I will turn the meeting back to you, Chair.
Thank you. And we will move to part 2 of this, which is the review, ratification, and approval of executive officer program decisions for period from October 28, 2025 to January 6, 2026. Can I have a motion to approve and a second to approve the executive officer program decisions for the period of October 28, 2025 to January 6, 2026?
Rashima Sampson, motion to approve.
Thank you.
Alita Carpenter, second the motion.
Thank you. Is there any board discussion or questions? Seeing none, is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, is there any public comment online?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment, you can look for the hand icon and click that. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Any comments on this report? I do not see any hands raised. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you. And I will do a roll call and establish who's in favor, opposed, or abstains. Ms. Carpenter,
Approved.
Ms. Guzman,
Approved.
Ms. Moore,
Approved.
Ms. Niebles.
Approve.
Thank you. Dr. Russell,
Approve.
Ms. Sansan.
Approve.
I also approve, so that motion is carried unanimously by a vote of 7. All right, we will now move to B, request to admit students. And our first one is Glendale Career College Vocational Nursing Program, Dr. McLeod.
Hi, I'm back.
Yes.
I've submitted my report for Glendale Career College Vocational Nursing Program with a request to admit a full-time day class of 25 students to commence on April 13th, 2026 that will graduate on July 6th of 2027 to replace the classes graduating on April 6th of 2026. I'm happy to answer any questions about the report.
Can I have a motion to approve the Glendale Career College Vocational Nursing Program report and adopt the NEC recommendations in regard to a request to admit students, and a second?
John Russell, motion.
Thank you.
Alita Carpenter, second.
Thank you. Is there any comment from representatives of the program? And they might be online.
If you are the program rep, you can click the hand icon at the bottom of the screen. And we do have a representative, Tuesday Xiao. I'm going to send you a request to unmute your mic. And as stated, that might come up as a pop-up or it might come up as a new window in your browser. There you go.
Good morning, everybody. I have read Dr. McLeod's staff recommendations, and we are aligned with this, and we continue to do what we have been doing for our students. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there any board discussion or questions?
I have a few questions.
Sure, go ahead.
Yes, good morning. I don't remember, I can't see the person's name who was speaking, the representative.
Yeah.
Oh, Tuesday Xiao. SIAO.
Okay. Hi, Tuesday. I have a few questions. My name is Rashima Sampson. From looking at the report, it says that the program has had several program directors in 2025. And the question I have in regards to that is, how does the program plan to ensure consistent leadership given the frequent changes in program director? And I'm not sure if you can answer that, but if you can, that would be great.
Well, since I joined Success Education Colleges and has been the program director for Glendale Career College, I don't see any reason for me to leave the program. I can see a huge potential in this program, and I am committed to dedicate myself to take care of the program and see the students, and that we will produce nurses for the community.
Okay, thank you. And one last question, under program requirements, page 21 of 22, the question that I have is, how does the program plan to monitor and evaluate the effectiveness of its curriculum revisions and faculty training?
So at the moment, how do we evaluate our effectiveness of our curriculum? We have launched our risk analysis project, and Glendale Career College is actually the pilot campus for this. So faculty have been trained on the use of our resources like the SharePath, which is new to the college. And on a bi-weekly meeting, we see how the faculty is challenged with the use of the resources, and at the same time, the consumption and the use of the students for what Elsevier dashboard would show us. And we discuss about who are high-risk students. That way, we can see if the resources are actually utilized by the student and is helping them achieve the academic objectives. Now, as for the curriculum in itself, on the October visit, we are actually working on submitting lesson plans, which is an organizational activity. So we have already submitted lesson plans for terms 1 and 2, and we are on track to submit lesson plans for terms 3 and 4. So there is a lot of work on our curriculum revision, and we are working on that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, is there any public comment online?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment, you may look for the hand icon and click that. And each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 30-second warning. Any comments on this application? I do not see any requests for comment. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you. And I will do a roll call and establish who's in favor, opposed, or abstains. Ms. Carpenter?
In favor?
Ms. Guzman?
In favor.
Ms. Moore?
In favor.
Ms. Niebles?
In favor?
Dr. Russell?
In favor.
Ms. Sanson?
In favor.
And I am also in favor. That motion carries unanimously by a vote of 7. All right, we will now move on to Northwest College, West Covina Vocational Nursing Program. Dr. McLeod.
Hey, it's me again. I've submitted my report for Northwest College, West Covina, with a request to admit 25 students to a full-time day class to commence on April 29th, 2025, that will graduate on July 30th, 2027, to replace the class that graduates on April 10th, 2026. I do want to commend West Covina in their improvement of their NCLEX scores. They have raised their NCLEX scores from the last quarter, and I hope to see that continued trajectory. So I am strongly encouraging for this class to move forward. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Can I have a motion to approve the Northwest College, West Covina Vocational Nursing Program report and adopt the NEC recommendations in regard to a request to admit students, and a second?
John Russell, motion.
Thank you.
Alita Carpenter, second.
Thank you. Is there any comment from representatives of the program? And they may be online.
Exactly. And it looks like Alicia Marquez. I'm going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Good morning, everyone. I hope that you are able to hear me. I am Alicia Marcus. I am the director for the West Covina campus, and I just wanted to take a chance to say that we are working very, very hard at continuing our improvements. We are extremely pleased with this quarter's outcome. Projections for next quarter look very promising as well. They should be on par, and we will do whatever it takes to continue to work with the board to make sure that our program continues to be a success, because we know that it can be.
Thank you. Is there any board discussion or questions?
Yes, John Russell. Alicia, thank you for that. I was reading the report, and I'd like to ask you, is there a solid plan in place that you can sustain going forward, considering how many previous times the NCLEX pass rate was subpar? And what is that plan?
what our plan is really a great focus on training the faculty, not just in terms of how to teach nursing. They know that part, but it's more of the soft skills of the importance for strict adherence to the protocol, strict adherence to the policies that are already in place, teaching them more and more familiarity on how to really read and dig into the IP, not just the overview of this is what the IP is and I know how to follow it, but what is the intent behind that IP so that we can continue to be successful. And we're seeing a lot of great success with that so far.
Thank you. One more quick question. Are your faculty, are they held to a standard of continuing education, and are they also reviewed annually as to their teaching skills?
They're actually reviewed more often than annually because we are going into the classroom every quarter with our instructors to both work with the students and get a survey of student performance and what they think their instructors are doing. And then we're also directly observing those instructors ourselves at least once every quarter.
Thank you.
Is there any other comment?
Yes, I just have one last question. I'm Rashima Sonson. My last question is, can you speak on the resources that you currently have in place to ensure that the 25 students are successful once they're admitted with the program?
Well, from the overall resources, SEC, which is also part of Glendale, we do share our resources as far as what we're using, the Elsevier products, the full Elsevier suite of products, the implementation of those products. We are working on directly with Elsevier to make sure that all of our faculty are trained. We're starting with 2 super users that are being trained to kind of be the trainer once they complete that, so that they can then be the people on the ground here in person to help faculty who are coming on board or trying to dig into the products. And that's going really well. So on that side of things, those are the resources that we have. And then more directly, we're very blessed with having enough faculty that are long-term employees. And then we're always adding more faculty to our ranks so that we make sure we have enough faculty to cover our labs and our clinicals. We've also adjusted to a 10-to-1 ratio for our lab and our clinical setting so that our students are getting more direct hands-on care from our faculty.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Thank you for those excellent answers. And let's see, is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, is there any public comment online?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 30-second warning. Any comments on this institution? I do not see any requests for comment. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you. I will do a roll call and establish who's in favor, opposed, or abstains. Ms. Carpenter?
Yes, in favor.
Ms. Guzman?
In favor.
Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Niebles?
Yes.
Dr. Russell?
Yes.
Ms. Sanson?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. That motion is carried by a vote of 7 unanimously. We will now move forward to number 3, Quest Nursing Education Center, Vocational Nursing Program. Ms. Gomez.
Good day. I am presenting the report for Quest Nursing Education Center. They are requesting to admit a part-time day class of 30 students to commence on March 30th, 2026, with a graduation date of July 30th, 2027, to replace the class that graduates on March 4th, 2026. And to admit a part-time evening class of 20 students to commence on March 30th, 2026, with a graduation date of July 30th, 2027, to replace the class that graduates on March 4th. Do you have any questions?
Excuse me, you said 20 students for the part-time evening class. Your report says 10.
I have down here 20.
Yeah, the report that's online, it looks like it, staff recommendations, number 2, admit a part-time evening class of 10 students to commence on March 30th. Is that the one you're looking at?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have it under the recommendations. I have 10.
Oh, okay, okay.
I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. Is it 10 or 20?
It is, should be 20. That was a typo for the 10
And we can still vote.
on the recommendations. Under the recommendations, it was a typo for
No
saying
problem.
10. They requested 20.
Any other questions? Good catch, Ms. Carpenter. All right. Can I have a motion to approve the Quest Nursing Education Center Vocational Nursing Program report and adopt the NEC recommendations in regard to a request to admit students, and a second?
Rashima Sansana, move to approve.
Thank you.
John Russell, second.
Thank you. Is there any comment from representatives of the program? They're probably online. I don't think they're here.
Yeah, there.
You know what, can I interrupt really quickly? Sorry. Can we get a motion for, just to clarify that it's for 20 students and not for 10?
I just asked for a motion for that.
A substitute motion.
Substitute.
Ask the motion maker if they would like to change the motion.
Oh, would you like to change your motion?
Yes, Rashima Sansana, move to change the motion to 20 students versus 10 students.
Do we still have a second on that?
John Russell, second.
Excellent. All right. Now, is there any comment from representatives of the program? Sorry about that.
Okay.
And this is the moderator. I do not see any hands for representatives of the program.
All right. Any board discussion or questions?
I do have a question. What would be the end date for the part-time program?
They're both part-time programs, and the end date is the same, July the 30th, 2027.
2027. Okay.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, is there any public comment online?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on the program proposal, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 30-second warning. Any comments on this proposal? I do not see any hands raised. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
I will do a roll call and establish who's in favor, opposed, or abstains. Ms. Carpenter?
Yes, in favor.
Ms. Guzman?
Yes.
Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Niebles?
Yes.
Dr. Russell?
Yes.
Ms. Sanson?
Yes.
I also vote yes. The motion carries by a vote of 7 unanimously. We will now move on to number 4, Pacific College Lakewood Vocational Nursing Program. Ms. Gomez.
All right. I have a report for Pacific College Lakewood campus to admit a class of 30 students to commence on March the 2nd, 2026, to graduate on October the 5th, 2025. My recommendation is to deny that class and to approve a class of 20 students, not the 30, for the same dates. Do you have any questions?
So just to clarify, they were asking for 30 and you are willing to approve for 20.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you.
Question. John Russell, what's the rationale behind decreasing it by 10?
They have a history of not having faculty, a lot of complaints, a lot of issues. And I feel like I would like to give them a chance to have a class of 20, but I do not feel like with this being a new program director at that site, that she should start out with the 30.
Is, just curiosity, is 20 sufficient, or is that actually maybe too many considering?
Um,
I guess where I'm going is how do you get
I
20 versus 15 versus 30?
With 20, they have to have 2 clinical instructors. With 15, they have 1. It really does do better for the students to have 2 clinical instructors than 1 with that many students.
Thank you.
All right, any other comments from the board? Did we ask for comments from representatives of the program?
We didn't yet.
Oh, all right. Is there any comment from representatives of the program?
We do, and this is Rhonda Alger, and I'm going to send you a request to unmute your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Hi, hello and good morning. My name's Rhonda Alger, and I am the new director of the Lakewood campus for Pacific College. And I want to thank the board for hearing us today, and thanks to Dr. Gomez for working with us so closely. I have experience as a director at another college previously. I recently retired, and so I've signed on with Pacific. So I'm hoping that with my history of a successful program, that will to give some guidance to Lakewood and get this program back where it used to be. Already in our my just couple months here, we've raised our board pass rates a little bit, so we are going in the right direction. We are hiring and training faculty. We've recently separated the college into 3 affiliate campuses, and Lakewood is our newest affiliate. And so we are just kind of getting that campus going on a very small scale, and I do value Ms. Gomez's opportunity to bring in 20 students. I think that is something that is manageable. And I'm working very closely with each and every instructor. We have initiated ATI as our resource to support our brand new curriculum and lesson plans, which have been submitted to the board and approved. And so I'm really hoping that with this new campus and the cohesiveness that we're building, the teamwork, direct involvement in each and every cohort, that we will be successful and produce really competent, productive nurses for our community. Does anyone have any questions for me? Can I clarify something?
Yes. Hi, Ms. Alger. How are you doing? And congratulations on your new appointment as a program director.
Thank you.
The question that I have for you is, considering all the past complaints from students and faculty, what or how are you trying to address that? I know that you have stated a few initiatives, but how are you working to address the past complaints from students and faculty members?
Well, first of all, with students, when I first started, there were a
Oh,
lot
I'm
of
sorry.
students.
Excuse me. Can you speak up, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll move closer to my mic. When I first started, there were a lot of student complaints, and what I did was I got really involved in the campus as they were opening it up, getting to know the students. I would meet with them regularly. We have student surveys. I have very close communication with them, and I'm on campus nightly with them. And I think since we've been open with them and sharing our changes, our plans, and being very transparent, those complaints have slowed down and stopped. So I do think just having a regular faculty, putting a team lead into each course. So I have a team expert, and I've initiated weekly team meetings where there's a lot of communication between clinical staff and theory staff, and the students are, communicated with. We've made, I don't think we've had any complaints recently. I think that everyone is a little happier and more cohesive.
Any other questions from the board? Seeing none. Are there any public comment in the room? Wait, did I call for a motion? I can do it now. Yeah. I'm like, I don't think I called for a motion. Can I have a motion to approve the Pacific College Lakewood Vocational Nursing Program report and adopt the NEC recommendations for 20 students in regard to a request to admit students, and a second?
Rashima Sanson, I move to approve the 20 students.
Motion, let's see more.
Thank you. We've talked to the representative. Let's see. Is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, is there any public comment online?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on the program, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. If you're on a mobile device, that hand icon might be behind the 3 dots, other options. Any comments on this program? I do not see any requests for comment. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you so much. I will now do a roll call, establish who's in favor, opposed, or abstains. Ms. Carpenter,
Yes, in favor.
Ms. Guzman,
Yes.
Ms. Moore,
Yes.
Ms. Neeblis,
Yes.
Dr. Russell,
Yes.
Ms. Sanson,
Yes.
and Carol Mountain. I also vote yes. That is unanimously carried by a vote of 7. We will now move on to Unitech College, San Jose Vocational Nursing Program. Ms. Gomez.
All right, this report is regarding Unitech College San Jose campus, and they are requesting 3 classes. The first one is a full-time class of 36 students to start on February the 5th, 2027, to graduate on January the 16th, 2026. To admit a full-time class of 36 students to commence on March 30th, 2026, with a graduation date of March 19th, to replace a class that graduates on March 20th of 2026, and to admit a full-time class of 36 students to commence on April 27th, 2026, to graduate on April 16th, 2027, and to replace the class that graduates on April 17th. I want to also state that this program has been really good working with me since we put them on provisional last time. This would include all the way up to their provost, who is meeting with me monthly regarding their their turnover of their instructors. So this is why I feel very comfortable requesting the 3 classes for them, is because of the hard work the school's doing.
Wow, thank you for sharing all of that. Can I have a motion to approve the Unitech College San Jose Vocational Nursing Program report and adopt the NEC recommendations in regard to a request to admit students, and a second?
I move. Nelly.
Thank you.
Let's see more second.
Thank you. Is there any comment from representatives of the program?
Okay. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity to come and present on this. I really appreciate Ms. Janice's feedback. We are really working hard to, continue with our faculty retention plan. And yeah. That's it.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that last part right here.
You're continually working with the faculty retention plan.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Does the board have any other questions?
Yes. John Russell, what happens to the students if they're actively in class and staff is not available? So you have a high turnover rate. You said you're working to make sure you have enough staff, but what is the consequences of not having enough staff once school has already started?
Yes, I have some additional faculty. So in case the faculty is not available or, cohort, I have an additional faculty to cover that cohort.
So their learnings are not delayed. Okay.
Can you speak into your microphone?
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you. Sorry.
Are there other questions from the board?
Yes, Rashima Sanson. Thank you for being here, and I do appreciate the robust visual analysis for the RCA. Can you speak, excuse me, on the RCA, the root cause analysis, can you speak more on the observed improvements?
Yes, after that, I do have the one-on-one meeting with my faculty. It happened regularly. So I get a really good feedback and get to know more about my faculty's concerns and issues and what are the students' outcome. And also we had the faculty survey conducted and there was some feedback and we could provide them with a laptop. All the faculties were provided with the laptops and the textbook was provided, online access. And some of the, we also started an initiative on faculty recognition. And recently one of my faculty, he completed the simulation training and got certificate.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing that. Have you guys ever looked into the Daisy Awards?
Yeah, not it.
No? Yes?
No.
You might look it up.
Oh,
It's a-
yeah,
It's a
definitely
way of
we can.
recognizing
Okay.
faculty and
Okay.
it's across the country and it's
Yes,
not,
definitely.
not a lot of money and people really appreciate it. It's
Okay.
quite nice. It's called the Daisy Foundation.
Okay, we will look at. Okay, thank you.
Let's see. Is there any other comments from the board? I thought we did a motion. Is there any public comment in the room? Yes, sir.
Good morning. Can you hear me? I'm Abdel Youssef. I'm the Provost and Chief Academic Officer for Unitic Learning, and I'm here to support our Program Director. I want to thank the board for our partnership with you. I just want to say that Unitic Learning, we are the largest vocational nursing school in the nation, not just California.
Wow.
We just graduated 1,800 nurses in 2025, and with our overall pass rate of 84. And that's all a testimony to Ms. Jessica's work with us, our program director, our regional dean, Dr. Gada's here, and the rest of the faculty. So we are very proud of this partnership. And whenever we go to other states like Utah and Idaho and all the states we have programs, we always talk about and proud about what we have achieved in California. So thank you for this quality partnership. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments from the room? All right, seeing none, are there any comments online?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on the program application, you may look for the hand icon at the bottom of your WebEx screen or behind the 3-dot other options. Are there any other comments? I do not see any further raised hands. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you. I will do a roll call and establish who's in favor, opposed, or abstains. Ms. Carpenter?
Yes, in favor.
Ms. Guzman?
Yes.
Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Neeblis? Thank you.
Can you possibly do an audible? Oh,
Doesn't look like it.
all right. Well, hopefully, okay. I recognize that you did a thumbs up and that you did a yes.
Okay,
Hopefully
yes,
we
yes,
won't.
yes.
Yay. I'm just
Great,
concerned.
Thank you.
I don't think we'll have a problem with getting enough votes, but I just wanted to be sure.
Dr. Russell?
Yes.
Ms. Sanson?
Yes.
And I am also vote yes. That is carried unanimously by a vote of 7. All right, let's move to the last one on this section. That would be Angeles College Institute Vocational Nursing Program. Dr. Thompson.
Is it this one? Yeah, okay. Good morning. I have submitted my report for Angeles Institute. It's request to admit a full-time class of 40 students to commence on February 9th, 2026, with the graduation date of December 4, 2026, to replace the class which graduated on November 7th. The program will maintain a 1-to-10 instructor-student ratio due to their provisional approval status. They have corrected all the violations that were identified during their continued approval process, and they're moving ahead with their reorganized program and curriculum. It's my recommendation that their request be granted. I'll be happy to respond to any questions board members may have.
Can I have a motion? Oh, let's see. Can I have a motion to approve the Angeles College Institute Vocational Nursing Program report and adopt the NEC recommendations in regard to requests to admit students, and a second?
Rashima Sanson moves to approve.
Thank you.
Leslie Moore, second.
Thank you. Is there any comment from representatives of the program? Excellent.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Brandy Coward, the Director of Nursing, Angeles Institute. We welcome being here. Want to thank Dr. Thompson for all the guidance, and we're continuing to move forward with all the changes and improvements we've made. Any questions?
Is there any board discussion or questions? Seeing none, is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, is there any public comment online?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on the program, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Any comments for this issue? No, I do not see any requests for comment. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you, and thank you for being here. I will do a roll call and establish who's in favor, opposed, or abstains. Ms. Carpenter?
Yes, in favor.
Thank you. Ms. Guzman?
Yes.
Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Neeblis?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Russell?
Yes.
Ms. Sanson?
Yes.
I'm Carol Mountain. I also vote yes. That is carried unanimously by a vote of 7.
Thank you.
And we will now move to C, request to admit and consider of removal from provisional approval and return to full approval. That would be Summit College, San Bernardino. Dr. Thompson.
Yes, I have submitted my report for Summit College and their request to admit a full-time day class of 30 students to commence on February 23rd with an expected graduation date of February 19th, 2027, replacing the class that will graduate on February 20th, 2026. And also consideration of removal of their provisional approval status and return them to full approval. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Can I have a motion to approve the Summit College San Bernardino Vocational Nursing Program report and adopt the NEC recommendations regarding the request to admit and consideration of removal from provisional approval and return to full approval, and a second?
Nelly Neeblis so moves.
Thank you.
Gloria Guzman, second.
Thank you. Is there any comment from representatives of the program? Yes, I see you coming.
Hello, I am Denise Vai. I'm the director of the program. Just wanted to mention, hello, good morning.
Good morning.
And working with Dr. Thompson has been really supportive for the program, especially with her knowledge of the history prior to my coming on. And we've fixed everything that was originally having an issue with the provisional. We know we still have a lot of work to continue to do, and that's basically what we're moving forward with. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any board discussion or questions?
Hi, John Russell. Thank you for that. Do you have a solid plan to ensure that this is substantiated going forward? And what is that plan? Just high level.
Yes, so we're instituting a total program evaluation. And so monthly, we have different indicators or KPIs that we're looking at throughout the program that could range from anything with resources for the students, academic remediation for specialists, looking at curriculum, are we up to date? Is everything evaluated in RP? Is that something that we need to start looking at going forward? Also, obviously, our NCLEX rates and going into the minutia of maybe where they're not doing so well on NCLEX moving forward as well so that we can catch it early. But our numbers have also improved over the past 2 years.
And then just to add, for your faculty, do you have ongoing continuing education to make sure that they are in fact in line with your curriculum and teaching appropriately? And how's that audited as well?
Yes, and so that's part of our TPEP, our total program evaluation plan. And we meet with them. I'm in the classroom every week with them right now. They're probably getting a little tired of me being in there, but I'm looking at them for several indicators with them individually. Obviously, our program can only be as strong as our faculty. And so they also have regular meetings with me. We do a lot of professional development within those meetings as well and focusing on one particular area. Our last one was how do we implement active learning strategies, what they are, and of the ones that we made available, just choose one to do and implement for those, for the next term that they have. And so then I'm regularly evaluating them on that as well.
And then you can sustain that long term? I mean, I'm assuming you have a team that helps you do that?
Yes,
Or,
we now have a team, which has been very nice this past 2-3 weeks that they are now fully prepared, oriented, and supporting me in being able to do that as well.
thank you.
Yeah, if I can say one thing, Denise is not afraid to counsel and reprimand employees that are not doing what they're supposed to be. We've had, because of the suddenly rules were being enforced and policies were being followed, there was a little pushback from students for a while. And I think since Christmas, I haven't had any complaints. Before that, it was like minute by minute every day. And so she has really been working hard. There has been some changes in faculty, and some of the ones that were an issue are gone, which is great. And the new ones are doing well. And it's, in fact, I thought I haven't talked to her all week, which is really unusual. So she's been there since August.
August,
Yeah, and has been doing a really good job. And they have continuing approval coming up this year. And we're looking for amazing things.
Sounds excellent. All right, any further board discussion or questions?
Yes, Rashima Johnson, I have one last question. Under the staff analysis, page 3 of 41, it speaks about a few concerns. Can you elaborate on the improvement plans to ensure that that the school is maintaining accurate recordings of instructor hours as well as student attendance?
Yes, that was a massive issue when we came on board. What we're doing now is that the faculty have been trained that they have to turn in their attendance within 24 hours, and there is a specific email that they send it to, so they don't have to worry about coming to campus to give us a physical copy or anything like that for that. On top of that, I have a clinical coordinator that does regular visits, almost like a manager of clinical faculty. With them, I am in direct communication with all of the DONs at our clinical sites very regularly as well. When I was just talking to this morning, that we've also had participate in this. Hey, let us know if they're not showing up. Let us know if they're leaving early, and we let them know what their schedule is. So we have that support with the actual clinical sites. And apart from that, at this point, with some of, we had one cohort where one specific faculty member was not doing their hours with them. It came to light. They owed us 128 hours at the end of the day. We had to elongate their stay with us to be able to complete those. And I think it only took one class to do that with, that everyone else is scared to even try to leave 10 minutes early.
Thank you.
All right, is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, is there any public comment online?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on this program, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 30-second warning. Any comments? I do not see any requests. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you. I will do a roll call and establish who is in favor, opposed, or abstains. Ms. Carpenter,
Yes, in favor.
Ms. Guzman,
Yes.
Ms. Moore,
Yes.
Ms. Neeblis.
My mouse is always playing with me. Yes.
Dr. Russell,
Yes.
Ms. Sanson,
Yes.
I am also a yes. That motion carries unanimously by a vote of 7. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we will move on to D, request to admit and approval of curriculum revision, Pacific College Costa Mesa Vocational Nursing Program. Ms. Gomez.
Oh.
Hello again. This report is for Pacific College Costa Mesa campus. They are requesting a class of 30 students to commence on March the 2nd, 2026, with a graduation date of January the 9th, 2028. This class will replace the graduating class the class that graduated on October 5th of 2025. They're also requesting a change in their curriculum from a part-time curriculum of 74 weeks to a revised part-time curriculum of 80 weeks, effective March the 2nd, 2025. The proposed curriculum consists of 576 theory hours, 954 clinical hours that total 1530. I am requesting that they do not get, or recommending that they do not get the 30 students, but that they get 20 instead.
Okay, can I have a motion to approve the Pacific College Costa Mesa Vocational Nursing Program report and adopt the NEC recommendations regarding the request to admit and approval of curriculum revision, and a second?
Leslie Moore,
So moved.
motion.
Oh, then I second.
Thank you, guys. Is there any comment from representatives of the program? Are they online?
Yes, it looks like they are. Denise Boren, I'm going to send you a request to unmute your mic.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Denise Bourne. I am the director of the Pacific College Costa Mesa program, and I'm here to thank Jessica Gomez for her assistance and advice and recommendations for Pacific College Costa Mesa and her work with us. Things are improving immensely, and I'm really grateful for that. Are there any questions of me?
I was just going to ask, are there any questions from the board?
Yes, good morning, Rashima Sonson. Hello, Denise, Ms. Bourne. Reviewing the documents on the staff analysis, page 2 of 23, it spoke about the annual pass rate being 20% below the state. Can you speak on what steps are being taken to ensure that this class is successful?
Yes, of course. Yes, Pacific College has the complete package for ATI that we purchase for each student. And we've also included the launch, which is it's like a pre-nursing program for students prior to starting term 1, so that they can get everything they need before they start the program and kind of give the better chance for success. We've also included an eight-week NCLEX review in our final term, which is in our new curriculum, which we love. Our new curriculum we have reduced the hours. It's way more organized and gives a better foundation for students. And also it's very progressive as they go through the program. And so in addition, we have a NCLEX success coordinator, and she has been there for a while, but she got pulled away in helping with some management of the program. And so our rates were high before at Costa Mesa, then they slumped by a big lot because she was not paying attention to her main job, which is the NCLEX coordination. And so she's back. I took her away from that other work that she was doing, and she's fully focused on NCLEX. And we do have a proven strategy for NCLEX prep that we've been, and it really promotes success for our students. We've been the strategy basically is, the 8-week review in their final term. Plus, we meet with the students periodically as they're going through the program. We have results from their ATI capstone and also results from ATI, virtual ATI, which is getting them ready for their NCLEX test. And so we go through that with the students, and any weak areas we help them with, and we have tutors available and coaches available for them. Also, one thing that we have problems with is from the past students, alumni of ours, they're waiting to take the test, and sometimes they wait for years to take the test, and then they want to take NCLEX and then they fail. And so what we've also developed is a free, started an NCLEX free review for them. So we have an alumni review. It's taught by a prior Kaplan NCLEX reviewer. And so it's working out better. So I've seen improvement with that, where they come to our classes and they, they get prepared and then they pass. And so we're seeing some good results with that. Also, our last results have gone up, so we're on an upward trajectory again. And so I'm confident that it's going to continue. And so I'm very proud of the work that we're doing. We still have a lot of work to do, but we're going in the right direction.
Okay, thank you.
I just had a quick question that was interesting. You said sometimes they don't take the board for a year or two. And we
Yes.
know that if those first weeks are crucial, it's so fresh for them and it's a
Yes.
great time for them to take their boards. Are you guys
Yes.
talking about this now to the classes? I assume that you are, and maybe the ATI is also helping move that forward, yes?
Yes, yes, we're really encouraging them to take their test within 8 weeks, or, within 8 weeks of graduation. And so hopefully they can. I don't know, I want to do a survey to find out from students, why they aren't taking it. It could be financial, because our students don't make a lot of money. They're working students, but they have families and all of that. So I'm not sure how we can help them, get funded, or help them save their money and work with them early on about saving their money, so that when they're ready to test, that they have the financial means to test. So
Excellent, excellent point. Okay, thank you so much. Any other questions? All right, let's see. Is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, is there any public comment online?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on the program, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 30-second warning. Any comments on the program? I do not see any requests. I'll turn the meeting back to you, Chair.
I will do a roll call and establish who's in favor, opposed, or abstains. Ms. Carpenter?
Yes, in favor.
Ms. Guzman?
Yes.
Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Niebles?
In favor.
Thank you. Dr. Russell?
Yes.
Ms. Sonson?
Yes.
I also vote yes. That motion carries by a vote of 7, which is unanimous. We will now move to agenda item 8, Executive Officer's Report. Ms. Yamaguchi.
You don't want to take a break?
I wondered if we wanted to take a break now. She has it a little bit further down, but it's been an hour and a half. Do you want to take 15 minutes?
I'm going to take probably about 15, 20 minutes.
Okay. Would you guys like to take a break?
Yes.
All right, so by request of the board, we will take a 15-minute break. It is 10:27, and we will resume at 10:43 or thereabouts. Probably 10:45. Thank you.
Been guzzling water all morning.
beginning with agenda item 8, Executive Officer's Report, Update, Discussion, and Possible Actions. Ms. Yamaguchi.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Welcome back, everybody. The written report, of course, is in your packet, and I'd be delighted to answer any questions you might have on that. But I wanted to spend a little bit of time highlighting our ongoing work with the Respiratory Care Board. I think everybody is aware that their board has been moving. They have approved and had accepted emergency regulations that would basically allow the folks in, for example, home and community-based care to continue to provide the level of care that they've been providing so far. It is Respiratory Care Board's intent that they become exempted from the overall basic task regulations, and they will be launching that package soon. Their board has approved their draft language. Now, interestingly enough, and I don't want to get into too much detail because I will get kicked by somebody over here. But the board has really been looking into a lot of different avenues, I think, and I know that they've been listening to a lot of the stakeholders as they've been providing input on basically California's needs for patient care. So this upcoming regulatory package lays out two things. One, of course, being the facilities that would be covered in this exemption, and two, being the list of tasks that would be approved at those locations. Now, our staff has looked at the list of tasks, which is principally what has been traditionally performed by LVNs throughout the state. At this point, we don't really have a lot of quibbles about that. We do, of course, continue to have reservations about limiting LVN practice in those tasks at various other professional settings. Now, more recently, I'm sorry, I'm going to backtrack a little bit. In December 18, BVNPT convened a stakeholder meeting, and which was attended by more than 150 people at, on and off. It was a really good animated conversation, and people were able to share, I think, a lot of really good perspectives on where things were improving and where things were still falling way short. I do know that several constituents have expressed the ongoing and efforts to introduce legislation specific to the LVN practice of respiratory actions, tasks, and responsibilities. There's that, and it was a great conversation. We provided a summary of that in the packet. I do suggest that y'all take a look at that because like I said, it was a really good, positive, thoughtful conversation. Now, most recently, a matter of a week or two ago, RCB's Professional Qualifications Committee met and specifically looked at sectioning tasks and laid out, I think, an interesting model or matrix really for where suctioning performed by an LVN could be performed without the detailed expert assessment by a respiratory therapist. They plan to move those recommendations to their full board for possible action to amend the existing regulations so that assuming that these regulations are successfully amended at some point in the future, suctioning in some capacities would be worked and acceptable, allowable at basically all locations in California. So they're working, and I do appreciate them, I think, really paying attention to what's being requested and what's being asked by the stakeholders. So this has been an interesting saga, and I think a lot has moved just really quickly in the past year. I think it's no secret that this issue has been between our two boards for decades, but I'm really excited to see how much progress we've made in coming together, this could very well be the year that this issue is totally resolved. I'm going to jinx that, I'm sure. But anyways, I'd like to pause and ask for any questions or comments on this specifically.
I do have a question. When is the date set to amend? Do they have a date set up where they're going to amend this?
They don't. They don't. At this point, they're looking at that second regulatory package, which would do the carve out for home and community-based services. And that has been approved by their board, but they have not put it forward for comment period. So if you remember from Christie's presentation yesterday, they're here and they're working on getting here. It is important to note, though, that the Respiratory Care Board is up for a sunset review, and that usually is right around St. Patrick's Day, which is, and they hadn't really planned to have their board meet before the hearing. So we will be seeing, what their timeline becomes. But it's important to note that if they do choose to, full board chooses to approve the suggested amendment, they may very well be allowed to make that move more quickly.
Would be nice. There's no projected timeline for that?
No projected timeline, really, no, sorry.
I have a quick question, Rashima Sonson. This is a very in-depth document with a lot of public comments and a lot from stakeholders. There are a few that jumped out to me. There was one in public comment on page 5 out of 10. And I'm wondering, is there a particular criteria being used to determine which facilities qualify for exemptions? There was one person that made a comment similar to that. I don't know if you see it, or if that's something that you can.
And that is an excellent question, because it's really the question BVNPT has posed for a long time. At this point, they realized that it would be, we'll just say, unfeasible to not be allowed to not allow LVNs at certain facilities that provide, say, day-to-day 24 hours bedside care. The school nurses introduced their own legislation to make certain that school nurses would still be allowed to escort their students and take care of them. But if you're asking me why if there's a formula or if there is a logic behind this, I don't think there is really. Basically, they're concerned, I think, about the acuity of care more than anything else. And as you go into less maintenance-based care and more accurate, active, acute care, the level of respiratory care, of course, escalates, where you need more of a specialist approach than an LVN who's very general and takes care of the entire patient. Does that help?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right. All right. Well, in that case, as I said, we will be, of course, watching this assiduously. I do plan to let you guys know. I'll send out the link for sunset hearings if anybody wants to tune in and watch those. They're always a really good time. Sunset hearings has actually been a lot more amiable than they were the first time I went up, because that was painful. So the second item on the agenda, of course, is board training issues. I hope everybody really got a lot out of yesterday's presentation from Council Shields. I thought that was really well done and a really good conversational level provided, so that, because we're going to be doing a lot of regs work over the next couple of years. And this board is excellent about actually reading stuff that's sent to them and then having intelligent questions. So I'm really looking forward to being able to have our regs and packages move forward thoughtfully. But in certain cases, like our Article 5 regs, we've been working on these for a long time. And at a certain point, we really want to get done. And it's a really important package having to do with, of course, scope, school approvals, and those qualifications. So it's going to be enormous package to review. We're hoping that we'll be having that draft language in front of you in May. So that being said, other topics that I did want to provide for the board. As you know, I've given the board members surveys from time to time on what you'd particularly like to be interested in hearing or learning or having a session on. And the last time I sent out a survey, people who did send it back said, all these look great. And I said, well, I can't do all of them, and certainly not in 1 year. But I do think that what I would recommend for May or possibly August, if we must, would be to review and approve the board's policy procedures manual. It again, a very, very large document with essentially all the laws, the regulations, and policies that board members are held to, as well as BVNPT structure. I think it's an important document for the board members to meet and discuss, and certainly to hear from our staff and from council issues like, obviously the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, conflict of interest policies, and things in that vein. So I'm thinking that would be our best next policy, probably in May. So unless people say, no, there's really something that we desperately need more. Keep in mind that in May, we'll also be talking about our budget a great deal, because that'll be right around the May revised budget. And as a little foreshadowing, of course, in May, we'll probably have a fairly vigorous list of legislation to discuss. So any questions on training, or, we'll
Yes.
always take suggestions.
Yeah, with the training, will it be more in detail of what is allowed and what is not allowed?
I believe so.
I think that we need more of that and just that outline or so.
Yeah. I know that our staff, Mr. Weiler, and our council have taken this really apart, piece by piece by piece. And I mean, the last time we did a manual, I wrote it, and it was like 18 or 19. So a lot has changed, as you know.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? The last item, of course, on the agenda is the draft of the executive officer succession plan. We talked a little bit about this during strategic plan, and I think it was Ms. Sansan who said, you don't have a succession plan, you need a succession plan. And so we have been working on that. The draft that we have moving forward is essentially a large to-do list that lists what to do, when to do it, who to talk to, based on BVNPT in particular, but also put in the context of a statewide nursing board. Unfortunately, we're not done with the document yet, so I do need to ask to table that till next time. My hope is to move it a little bit further and have the executive committee look at it first before having it in front of the board in May or August. Madam Chair?
I just have to make the comment that it is kind of funny, because at the last directors meeting, we talked about succession planning with the directors. So we need to, set a good example, right?
I would agree. And actually, NCSBN as a whole has been encouraging all the state boards to make sure that they're doing this. They put together a really nice template and
Wow.
and checklist, which I did work from in some cases. So any other comments or questions on that? It is not, by the way, an indication of my intention to retire yet.
Good.
Just
Good to
in
know.
case anybody knew.
That was my question. I'm like,
Nope.
Okay, Ms. Yamaguchi, on here, I have 8A, and then I have item 8A1 listed with the document, but it's not on our agenda. Are you doing 8A1?
8A1. Yeah, we did.
Okay.
Right. So there was
So we will
no
move
document.
to 8B. All right. Executive committee report. Our executive committee report is online. You all had that in your packet. Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, are there any comments in the room? Seeing no comments in the room, are there any public comments on either the update, discussion, and possible actions or the executive committee report?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on the items, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. If you're on a mobile device, that hand icon might be behind the three-dot other options. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 30-second warning, and we ask people to speak only once per agenda item. I do not see any requests for comment, so I will turn the meeting back to you.
All right, I believe we are ready to move to agenda item 9, discussion of proposed new board committee. That has to be Ms. Yamaguchi.
It is, but I would ask Enforcement Chief Wood to join me if she's still around. There we are. As she's walking up, I want to kind of give a preface that staff has been discussing a number of things, one being that we're not exactly even in the activity of the committees. And it was suggested that we look into possibly combining some of the committees to be able to provide a larger scope of action. Ms. Wood?
Hi, everyone. My name is Antoinette Wood. I'm the Enforcement Division Chief. The reason that we have proposed the Consumer Protection Committee is to make the best use of our resources. The first thing is this will take fewer board members, which will allow us to have more committees if you so choose. That'll give us a little more flexibility. The Consumer Protection Committee will also allow us to address issues that go over multiple divisions. For example, the retirement of licenses. While that is a licensing function for them to handle, there's also a fraud component. So if we don't have the ability for our licensees to retire their licenses and they're simply letting them become delinquent and then cancel, someone could try to attempt to defraud the board, which we have had in the past. We have had people try to take over someone else's license. So those kinds of issues that are both an enforcement issue and a licensing issue. It'd be great if we had a committee to handle both of those things and look at it from all of the aspects. It would also allow us to include our special investigators into the committee. So what it would do is it would allow 2 board members. We would request that one be a public member since it is consumer protection and that be our chair, and then a licensee member to sort of overview and look at what we do and how we do it for all 3 divisions, and just kind of keep an eye on consumer protection since that is our greatest focus.
So I do have a quick question. I didn't realize we don't have a retired or a inactive option. You're working on it.
So we do have inactive, but they still end up paying fees and doing different things. So retired is really a place we'd like to go. I know the licensing folks are working on that.
I think I'm not retired, but I think at the BRN, we still pay a fee, even if we're retired or inactive.
Actually, they do have an option right now.
Oh, really? Yeah. I mean, I know you can pick that, but I still think you pay a fee.
No, actually, BRN allows licensees to retire their licenses, in which you would pay an initial fee to process them, but then your license as a whole is retired and you no longer pay in. We're modeling our approach. As you'll recall, we were authorized in our last sunset bill to create such a program, but it's been a lot more detailed than we had expected. And so we've been working on a few smaller things that basically would help us implement our policy better. But yes, it is our intention to be able to offer that retired status to our licensees. And Chief Wood is very correct. We've seen a number of people because nurses like to stay on the books. They like their licenses to be active, but more importantly, we have nurses that are like 80-something years old, and all of a sudden they're asking for a renewal, and we're thinking, and they're going to workplaces, and we're thinking, that's really great. We love nurses who are, so hardworking all through their lives, but there is that element of fraud, and this has been noticed in other states as well.
Well, I was just gonna say too that there's the California Nurse Registry, and if there's a disaster or anything that happens, they put the all call out to everybody, retired or not. And I could see where somebody who was retired who wanted to answer the call would want to re-up their license, and having that through our board would be really nice. So kudos to you guys for working on that project. I'm your champion. Yeah, I'm a believer.
I believe that did happen during COVID.
Yes.
They sent out a blanket
Yeah,
request.
a lot of people re-upped so that they could volunteer.
Yeah, actually, they asked me if the NECs would we be able to do it, and I said, "You really don't want them. They're bossy." And they said, "Oh," I said, "No." Actually, I said, "No, they are actually absolutely essential to the work, and we could not spare them to go into just being on a ward somewhere." Now, operationally speaking, formation and appointments of committees is a power of the chair. But we did want to discuss this with the board and get kind of a overall blessing of the idea. But as Ms. Wood said, it's essentially a really good think through of how those areas especially kind of dovetail together, and how we can, I think, do more with less, really.
So, maybe it's me being on medication, but can you go into more of what the concept of this committee is? Is it just for having an option for retiring licenses for LVNs and PTs, or are there other subjects that will go under this committee?
Hi, this is Antoinette. There are multiple other subjects that we could potentially do under this committee. It would be nice to look at things from a more global perspective instead of strictly enforcement, because enforcement just looks at the actions by individual nurses. The opportunity for this committee would allow us to sort of branch out and look at how can licensing and enforcement work together? How can we make sure that we're educating our consumers better? We've done some PSA outreach for we did the mental health one and the substance abuse one. Now we could work with licensing to talk about, keeping your license safe, keeping your personal details safe. We could do a lot of different things with this committee. Obviously, if it was approved, it would definitely be something we would do once a quarter and then present at every board meeting, similar to how we have done our enforcement committee report out.
I just want to applaud that because of all of the fraud that we've seen, Operation Nightingale, and just the fraud that goes on the internet. And we live in a very different world. And so I think this is incredibly important.
Good.
Any other questions by the board?
Did you want us for public? Is there any public comment?
Oh, yeah. Is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, is there any public comment online?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on the discussion, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 30-second warning, and we ask people to speak only once per agenda item. Are there any comments? I do not see any raised hands. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I assume that we are ready to move on to agenda item 10, licensing and evaluations report, recommendations, and possible actions. Ms. Brown.
Good morning. I'm Shelley Brown, the licensing manager. The licensing division report is included in the board meeting packet. I did want to mention briefly our transition of our public inquiry phone line to the Consumer Information Center, otherwise known as CIC. In case anyone doesn't know, CIC operates under the Department of Consumer Affairs Communications Division, and it's a call center. They support many different boards and bureaus. They have dedicated staff who can assist with Spanish-speaking consumers or applicants. So it was pretty seamless. They still call our same phone number. We created a very comprehensive procedure guide, and we work, the licensing management team works directly with them, with CIC, for any questions, escalations. So it's been since December 15th, and so we're really excited. We're happy. Call wait times are decreased. So we're happy. Our goal was to enhance customer service, reduce wait times, and just improve overall like assistance. So we're really excited. Any questions?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Sounds very good.
Any questions?
Any public comment in the room? Seeing none, any public comment online?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on the report, you can look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 30-second warning. Any comments? I do not see any requests for comment. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
All right, and we thank you so much. And we will move to agenda item 11, enforcement report recommendations and possible actions. Enforcement Division report, Ms. Wood.
Thank you so much. My name is Antoinette Wood. I'm the Enforcement Division Chief. You have my report. I would like to point out a few things. So our cases have increased. We do have more pending cases, but our DUIs have dropped. So with our PSA and our email announcements, it seems to be working. So we're doing better on that. Does anyone have any questions for my report?
Do you have any thoughts on why our discipline cases are increasing? I mean, that's kind of unusual, isn't it? If our DUIs are dropping and our cases are going up.
So we're seeing more scope cases and fewer criminal cases.
Interesting.
Okay. A little different, but it's ebb and flow.
Yeah, and a lot of changes going on in healthcare, so and a lot of strikes.
Yeah.
So that can definitely impact people being pushed to do things that may be out of their scope. So, okay. Any other questions?
Yes, with the increase in the cases, is there going to be a delay with the outcome?
So we're still moving cases along at about our same rate. We're meeting our performance measures. So we're doing well with that. It's just we're moving staff around. We do have 2 open positions right now, an analyst 2 and a program technician 3. We should have the program technician 3 in, I believe, in 2 weeks, and then I'm hoping to hire the analyst 2 pretty quickly as well. I actually redirected some resources, so we've been actually able to keep up. I also work cases myself if we need to.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board?
I just an inquiry. Since you've noticed more cases when it comes to the scope of practice, has there been kind of like a subset of scope of practice things since we're working on regulations and how, in the future, how we want to define what our scope of practice is? It would be so helpful to be able to have kind of a set of repeated scope of practice violations or things that are happening, so we can clarify that in our regulations, so that we don't have to look back and be like, oh, we've had this case before. So am I being clear, or?
I think so. So we could pull more data. Obviously Breeze allows us to pull data on scope cases. They allow us to pull data on what types of cases we get in. So if you wanted, we could pull that data. I will say you won't have case findings for a while. So you may see a lot of complaints without discipline outcomes. So if you guys wanted to focus more on scope cases that were disciplined, we would need to give it about a year or to 2 years. If you just wanted to know what types of cases were coming in, I believe our IT person could run a report for the board.
That would be interesting, because then that would give us like an outline of what kind of scope cases keep coming up, and maybe we need to outline some regulations so that our PT and LVNs know, okay, this is where you're following regulations, this is where you're not following regulations. So yeah, that would be interesting. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? All right, any questions in the room? Seeing none, any questions online?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment, you can look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. If you're on a mobile device, that hand icon might be behind the 3-dot other options. Any comments on the issue? I do not see any requests. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you so much. And I believe we are now ready for B, Investigation Division Report. Ms. Higashi.
Good morning. My name is Stacy Higashi. I'm the supervising special investigator. You have the report. Is there any questions?
The board have any questions? All right, seeing none, is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, is there any public comment online?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on the report, you can look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 30-second warning. Any comments on the report? I do not see any requests. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We will now move to agenda item 12, Legislative and Regulations Report Recommendations and Possible Actions. Ms. Carpenter. Or is it Ms. Yamaguchi?
Yes,
Who's-
the Legislation and Regulations Committee met January 29th. Dr. Alabi and I were in attendance, as well as staff and legal counsel. Most of what was discussed is contained in the executive officer's report, which is in our agenda packets.
Thank you. Is there any board discussion or questions? Seeing none, is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, is there any public comment online?
If anyone would like to make a comment on the report, you can look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Are there any comments on the report? I do not see any hands. I will turn the meeting back to you.
Ms. Yamaguchi? Yes. If you, I mean, kind of covered that. All right. It looks like we've really already covered the other agenda items in number 12, which was update on board legislation, 2026 legislation impacting the board, and updates on potential board regulation proposals. So let me ask if there's any public comment in the room. Seeing none, is there any further board discussion on these topics? Can we ask one more time if there's any public comment online, please?
Certainly, if anyone would like to make a comment, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. I do not see any requests for comment.
Thank you. Agenda item 13 is public comment on items not on the agenda. Please note, the board may not discuss or take any action on any item raised during this public comment section, except to decide whether to place the matter on the agenda of a future meeting. Government Code Section 11125 and 1125.7A. We are now open for public comment. Is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, is there any public comment online?
There is, but I will announce once more. If anyone would like to make a comment, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. We'll take commenters in order. First request is Kobe Pizzotti. I'm going to send you a request to unmute.
Hello, thank you once again. This is Kobe Pizzotti with the California Association of Psychiatric Technicians. I would first like to thank Leslie Moore for her time served on the BVMPT. I understand this is her last meeting. She's been an outstanding psychiatric technician instructor and just a wonderful board member, and we really appreciate having her on the board. And good luck in her future endeavors. We love you, Leslie. Thank you. Having said that, this is going to leave 2 vacancies on the BVMPT. for PT positions. This is concerning because you're talking about potential regulations in Article 5 that could potentially impact PTs and PTIs and their ability to instruct. So without any representation on the board by a PT, I think bringing forward anything that would impact psychiatric technicians' profession would be, I think, detrimental to the profession, which goes against what you're there to do. And thirdly, the last thing I'd like to bring up is the Department of Public Health is trying to pass emergency regulations that would, in effect, leave only 50% of an acute psychiatric hospital unit provide services provided by psychiatric technicians and LVNs. There is a cap being put on the number of LVNs and PTs that can actually work on a unit. The rest have to be registered nurses. I don't think that functionally works, but I wanted to let the board know that this is an issue that we are trying to resolve through the regulation process. However, there's other pressures from CNA to make sure that they wanted 100% of the
30 seconds
of the units to be covered by registered nurses. So I think the new ratio is 1:6 that's being proposed, which we love. However, from a psychiatric technician and LVN perspective, limiting the number of LVNs and PTs on a unit is just absolutely a non-starter. So I just thought you all should know that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there other comments?
There are. Let's go ahead and send an unmute request to Christina.
Good morning, board. My name is Christina Curry. I'm speaking on behalf of Charles A. Jones Vocational Nursing Program. I was just wondering if there's any update requirements regarding nursing programs only having RN instructors, or has that been removed from the agenda? And I just wanted to go on and speak on behalf of the 3 LVN teachers that we do have here at Charles A. Jones with our combined experience of over 30 years. Licensed vocational nurses bring a depth of real-world hands clinical experience that's uniquely valuable in educational settings, particularly in the vocational nursing setting. Effective teaching, board members, depends on the ability to connect with learners, explain complex concepts clearly, model professional behavior, and ensure safe clinical practice. LVNs like myself, my other 2 coworkers, frequently excel in these areas because we understand the challenges students face having once navigated the same educational pathways. Requiring a BSN as the sole measure of teaching qualifications overlook the value and the experience base and the expertise and disproportionately limit the instructor workforce. LVNs do not teach despite lacking as having a BSN. They teach because they possess focused clinical mastery, scope of specific expertise, and the particular insight that students need. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other comments?
I do not see any other comments at this time. I will turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you so much. And before we move from this,
Very, very quickly, regarding Mr. Pozzati's comment about the PT positions on the board, those are actually appointed by the governor. The board doesn't have any control over appointing its own members. So I'm pretty sure that they're working on it, that the governor's office is working on it. So we look forward to hopefully getting some new members soon.
thank you. Before we move on from this topic, the board also would like to take a minute and recognize Leslie Moore for her service and for representing all psych techs on this board. Thank you very much, and we wish you the best in your future endeavors. You've been a great asset to this board. Thank you so much. You will be missed. All right, We will move on to agenda item 14, suggestions for future agenda items. Any board discussion or questions? Seeing none, is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, is there any public comment online?
If anyone would like to suggest a topic for a future meeting, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 30-second warning, and we ask people to comment only once. Any suggestions for future meetings? I do not see any requests. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you so much. At this time, we are going to move to closed session. The board will now convene in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 11126, Subdivision C3, to deliberate and vote on disciplinary matters. The board will also convene in closed session pursuant to Government Code 11126, Subdivision E, to receive advice from legal counsel on pending litigation. The board will also convene in closed session for discussion and deliberation on the performance of the executive officer. Can I have a motion to retire to closed session and not reconvene in open session? The meeting will adjourn at the completion of closed session and a second.
Rashima Sansa, motion to retire.
Thank you.
Ray Guzman, second.
Thank you. Is there any board discussion about this? Is there any comment from the audience? Seeing none, is there any comment online?
This is the moderator. If anyone has any comment on moving to closed session, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. I do not see any requests for comment.
Thank you. I will now take a roll call vote for retiring after closed session and adjourning the meeting after closed session. Ms. Carpenter?
Yes.
Ms. Guzman?
Yes.
Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Sneeblis?
Yes.
Dr. Russell?
Yes.
Ms. Sanson?
Yes.
I also vote yes. That is carried unanimously. The open session stands adjourned at 11:28 a.m. We will now go to closed session. Right.
And this is the moderator. I will start a breakout room, and the webcaster for the room will log into it, as well as board member Neeblis.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
It'll probably take us a minute with everything else. Okay, enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish it was
Just kind of.
I wish it didn't.
This webinar has concluded. Thank you very much.